Howdy. How goes? Yeah? Well, I figure I can only give Twisted Metal a few good shots each time I try because it's exhausting. I don't know why, but I find that game to be particularly tiring. Maybe because I've attempted that Sweet Tooth thing a lot. But I can only really give it a few good shots before it feels like I'm maybe too unattentive to give it a real good go. But I love the game. I kind of go and say, well, maybe I want to try it with a different character, but like, it's the number of attempts I have. Like, the fact that it's like that character is really just a coincidence. Also scattered. I had an interesting day. I get to vend at this Toasted Tuesday events. And Toasted Tuesday, they bring in a band, and they have a bunch of vendors there, and some of them are art vendors. So I got these really cool glasses from this one guy because I make popcorn and ice cream. And so I always hook him up with popcorn and ice cream, and he gave me these two unbelievably nice glasses. I like them a lot. They're like mugs, but they're pint glasses, and I don't think I can. I don't think I can catch this. But I need to get a non-tiny fish silhouette to pop up. And sometimes when you get the tiny fish, there's like still a chance that it might be a bigger fish. So I'm kind of gambling. But these Toasted Tuesday events are fun. The last 6 weeks that I've done them have all been rain on Tuesday. And today was not only not rain, it was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's very, very hot. I think it's maybe 32 Celsius. I'm not sure. I'm not boned up on my Fahrenheit to Celsius conversion tables. You know, I'm a disappointment, but that's okay because this event wasn't. And I get there, and I'm there every week, so I get to see the people who are there, and I get to know them. And there are these two painters who are in the front right by where people come in, partially because they do really great work, but partially because they're like two of the prettiest people I've ever seen in my life. Oh, it felt like it, right? So I have ice cream and I keep it in a cooler, and I have to bring ice, so the quantity of ice cream I can bring is always lower depending on how much heat I have to compensate for. Oh, he's gonna beat me. He's gonna beat me at being a shark. I'm gonna try to wear him down, but I don't know how to. See how it's like the hook is going a little tough guy here. Uh-oh. Anyway, so I go there, and I see the first girl. Now, the first girl has been there for all 6 weeks that I've done up to this point, and I talked to her, and she is like a much more person who's about the community, like all around it, whereas the other artist just kind of keeps to herself and works on this thing. And the other artist did this Jason Voorhees picture. And it's like a painting of Jason Voorhees, but there's a silhouette that's caught in the mask, and it's like a really nice reflection drawing. And I got a friend who I play poker with, and I meant to get him this Friday the 13th gimmick when I saw her again, and I was like, oh, I gotta get this gimmick for him. I'm gonna see him on Friday. And I go in there, and this, like, incredibly beautiful woman is in a bikini, and I didn't realize that she was, like, a model. I just thought that she was, like, a really cool girl who did art and had, like, really pretty face. So I never got an idea that she was, like, built by scientists. And I saw her today, and I was like, oh my gosh, that might be the most beautiful, like, person I've ever seen in person in my life. And it just threw me off. I forgot to ask about the Jason Voorhees thing, because I was like, oh, I can't go over there. I'll say what I think. But Um, it was a really great band, and the ice cream went over really well. I didn't sell as much popcorn, but that's okay. It was just one of those things where I'm like, I didn't do great financially today, but it will remain as a really, like, holy shit memory. I just don't have many of those where I'm taken aback quite so. It's one of those throwback moments that I don't have often, but I remember. Well, this girl's covered in like beautiful tattoos, so it's like the other thing is not only is she like really just a talented artist, but there's a reason you want to look at her body beyond how good her body looks. You're like, I wonder what art that is. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't stare. Like, okay, it's like a shoulder, but it's still not appropriate. So, yeah, it threw me off. I forgot the one thing, and there was another vendor that was there that has these pre-rolls that I prefer. And I couldn't pick one up, so that stinks. Oh no, I'm gonna lose him. I'm gonna lose him. I sometimes wonder if I should be doing different things, but I don't know how this game works. I just picked it up and started fishing. Yeah. So anyway, I'm terrible with names. I'm just the worst. And so I forgot what her name was, and I forgot what her friend's name was, so I could pick up the art at some point. But I was like, oh, I'm not gonna be one of the guys who goes over there and is like, I don't know. There was so much attention going to her that I was like, she's doing work. Like, the work on art that I was asking her to do was already done. She's like getting new commissions. I'm like, I want that thing you already have done. Like, I can pick that up at the end of the day. But I just got home and I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to be in better shape. It was one of those interactions where I'm like, you know, if I had abs right now, we would be having a different conversation. Not in any way different. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna be out in the sun, and everyone's gonna be out in like bathing suits. It'd be nice to have shorts that fit, just for funsies. Because I wear like gym shorts. They're like my basketball shorts. You know, they got pockets. It's what I would run in when I would run more often. So I'm like, I'm comfortable, but I don't have like nice clothes that I could wear to this. I'm not that kind of prepared. All my nice clothes, they're for me about 10 years, maybe 20 or 30 pounds ago. So I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I fit into my old shorts. Not forget to get my picture with Jason Voorhees. Yeah. Like, I got 2 belts, right? I have a belt that I wore when I was doing pro wrestling, and I was, like, biking about 2 hours a day, literally, just on the bike. And then I had the belt I got while I was pro wrestling. I'm like, this belt is way too big for me. If I'm ever into this belt, I gotta know to do something a little bit more proactive. And I don't fit into that belt anymore. That is 100% my thing. Like, I wear pajama pants when I do these events. I want to be comfortable. And speaking of comfortable, she was very comfortable in a bathing suit, and I'm like, if she's gonna be comfortable in a bathing suit, I can at least have shorts. Like, she treats her body like a work of art in every way, between tattoos and other stuff. I'm like, I could at least treat it like a living space, you know, like clean it up just a little bit. It doesn't have to be for everyone else. It can just be like, hey, this is the standard. Maybe we forgot about it for a few years. Since I tore my ACL, I was like, I don't really play pickup basketball anymore. Another thing was, I think people were flirting with me. I don't realize it, right? I don't realize it because more often than not, when they're flirting with me, I'm hearing a comedy set. Not that it's my intention, but when people talk to me about stuff, a lot of times it's talking about funny stuff because they know I do comedy or things like that. And this girl comes up to me last week. It was a Tuesday. And she goes, I feel like the sky is splooging on me. And I'm like, excuse me? I didn't hear that right. I feel like I'm being hit with sky splooge. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, you know, it's really sticky. It's hot. I didn't ask for this. And I'm just going, so if the sky asks to come in your face, just saying, just throwing this out there, would you be like, no, but I appreciate the consideration? Like, what is your interest in telling me about your feelings on sky splooge? Because it like reveals to me so much more about our dynamic. Because before this, she was just like this really nice girl who did art there, this tiny little girl. And then she gave me her feelings on how the sky violates her. And I'm like, I just want to sell ice cream. I make popcorn and ice cream. And I'm trying not to think about sex while I'm here. I'm doing my best. There's bikini people walking around. But inherently, my mind is going to think about that. And I'm like, you landed on that word. She's like, yeah, I thought it over. That's the best word to describe it. And I'm like, okay. She's like, it's the worst thing that can happen. And I'm like, well, I mean, except for scat, like, cause she brought that up. She's like, that's the only thing. I'm like, okay, well, you did make it worse, okay? I'm like, I thought splooge would be the worst. I really did. I thought this is gonna be the worst part of the things that she says. I mean, it's the word splooge. When is that not the most notable part of a phrase or anything? And she goes to scat. I'm like, well, I'll be honest. I'm learning a lot about you. I'm like, okay, well, how do we keep this going? I'm like, okay, well, what if I told you, instead of the sky, splooge or scat, what if it was delicious strawberry kiwi ice? Yep. No kiwi. I'd be like, fine, just the regular splooge. It was so distracting that the other beautiful artist who was up at the front was wearing a dress and looked better than she'd ever looked before. And I was like, wow. When I walked in, and I was like, oh, there's a bikini girl there. Because she was killing it. Always does. And I'm just like, yeah, you know. I'm looking for schools of fish that are trailed by another fish I could potentially fish. I don't know, for 40 feet. I don't have any of the pre-rolls. And the pre-rolls are done by a company, so they're a little bit more, I find, reliable and consistent. Uh-oh, not good. They better. Got him. The other thing is, when I make ice cream, some of the people there, because it's called Toasted Tuesday, and a lot of the vendors are weed-based vendors. Like the guy who blows glass there. There are infused like juice drinks, and one makes like a fruit ice pop. There are infused baked goods. There was this group called Death by Donuts there today, and Death by Donuts are so good. I guess I'm not getting him. Oh. Exactly. If I'm gonna go, you know, if I have to choose between Sky Splooge and Death by Donuts, I mean, it's Death by Donuts every time, right? Gotta be. I gotta choose a different spot or something. This is not working for me no more. Kilo. Nice jaunty tune. What the fuck? Oh, that's a building. Oh, stuff out here that I gotta watch out for. This is a big space. Had to get one of those groups. Interesting. I'm gonna guess this is 400 pounds. 400 pounds. Gotta look out for a sailfish. This is gonna be 90 to 100 pounds. Don't see any groups and women behind them. They bounce off the wall. $300? Make 200. Yeah, 300 pounds. It was 200. You'll know what it looks like when there's a fish that is bigger than these tiny little guys. Like the silhouette is gonna look more like a Marlin. 500 pounds, what a day. That doesn't go toward my competition. I think those ones are bigger. Maybe 200. Keep on remembering I have my donuts upstairs if I want it. Cinnamon Toast Crunch one. I don't particularly like this location either. Like, it's not bad. And the different water depth, kind of like in Metal Gear, are different by the different colors they are. That's the lightest, clearly. This isn't where the port was? What do I know? Is this the port? Nope, not the port at all. Did I have it right over here? Because it don't look like this is right. My skill is D. Let's go with fluorescent. I'm stuck here because I can't get out. You know what? Let's change the depth. 20. Wait. I didn't do 60. Where are these Marlins? I don't know if I'm supposed to drive into that. Fuck it. Let's find him. Bop. Eat it. Is he gonna spite eat these guys if I try to catch him? Nope. That's it. That's who I am. I drive into the whales now. Save my 50-pound fish. I do like this drum beat. Did I get bad luck because I ran into that whale? Or shark. Fair which. Got him. The light sailfish, but or swordfish. I don't think I'll win with a 500-pound swordfish. I think it'll need to be 600 pounds. But the important thing is that I got a trophy fish. So let's see if we can figure this out. What did I do? I got in the path of these, right? I got in the path of them. I stopped. Was I just really lucky? I guess I had to have been. Well, whatever I did right. Because I got fish I was looking for. Well, they went for it. Be called in soon. Still went for it. Come on, swordfish. Be over 500. 524. Fucking George. That scumbag motherfucker. Fucking George did it. Yeah. I got into my car today and it said 112 degrees on the thermostat. which is just because it's been hot and I didn't have my car started, so it'd been sitting in the sun. Yep, drop that one. Oh. This woman is a professional chef, and she has this infused salsa she makes, but she sells it as just regular salsa, like you can buy it without the infusion, and it was so good, man. The cilantro, the tomatoes, very forward, like, she said she's been making this for 20 years, and I believe her. And while my family didn't like my cinnamon banana chocolate ice cream as much, the people today kind of loved it. So, yay. Went to Hilo. Didn't go quite easy. Full test. Short length. Skirt S. And we'll go with floating. The fish, I know you're not sure if you mean the ice cream or the fish, because I've been pretty good with these fish. Ow, that's a lot of stuff to navigate around that I don't need to, and an airplane that I'm driving I'm moving in a boat faster than that airplane. Gotta say, so far, this is the worst place to be. They asked me to make the weirdest flavors. Someone asked me to make ketchup and pickles, and I'm like, I know you're being a jokey jokerson. If you challenge me to make something, I'll make it. Not because I want to make it, but just because I'm like, oh, I probably could make that. Next week I'm making birthday pancakes. It's birthday cake with maple syrup and pancake. And the pancake is more or less the flavors representing the pancake itself that aren't in birthday cake. You know, you're gonna have like the floury birthday cakey taste in both. But the maple syrup is what's really gonna make it go. But I'm worried that I'm gonna make it too sweet anyway. It's because birthday cake is naturally sweet. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a better way other than actually adding in like maple syrup to give a decent maple flavoring. See, for all the other fish, I gotta move. Maybe this guy's thing is just to be stationary. I don't know what that fucking fish means to the game. I figured out what I'm doing for my Friday night show. At least I feel confident about it. So, I did this fake late night show. And the fake late night show went well. And the group involved asked me if I wanted to do a weekly thing at a local brewery after the set. I was like, okay, and I just assumed that they wanted me to host improv or something like that, because improv comedy is kind of the group stuff I do. A lot of my music stuff, a lot of my comedy stuff, it's kind of a solo idea, you know? Not to be mean or anything, but like, am I gonna ask these people to learn my songs and sing along with me, or what is it? So I just kind of figured it would be improv heavy, and I asked my improv teacher what he thought, and he recommended that I do his exact show that he does, but not the improv one. There's another one. It's called Mortified, and at Mortified, you read stuff you wrote as a kid, as an adult, in front of people. And I'm like, oh, I appreciate that, but like, if I did that, I think the complaint would be that I did someone else's idea. It wasn't really necessarily asking what he's doing, but like, okay, if you had a space, because I tried to get him in there, and he didn't seem interested. That's kind of how it fell to me. I'm like, if you had this space, what would you do? Oh, you'd do the show that you're doing, so that's good. I'm like, I'm glad you're doing a show that you would be doing if you had the space. It means he's got the space. But it was less improv, and it was more, we need to prepare for 3 weeks and have a monthly show. I didn't like that as much. I didn't want it to feel like 3 weeks aren't special. I don't know. When you're playing team sports as a kid growing up, and you have practice every week, and maybe you don't have a game every week, but you have a game most weekends or something like that. Like, practices are kind of what you go through in order to be able to play the games, because you like playing the games the most. With this, if everything is going to be a practice, then everything has to feel like a game too. Like, there's got to be a balance to it, I find. And what I'm going to do is the opening hour and a half, or hour and a half, are going to be pitching ideas. Okay, I can do this. Nope, that didn't work. Are going to be pitching ideas that we can use in a future second half show. And the second half is going to be the late night show idea that I have. And as part of the late night show idea are going to be the segments and sketches and even improv games, because with the show, it's going to be prepared. Some of the stuff that we're going to do is going to be highly improvisational. Like, we're not going to learn scripts. So there's going to be like a setting or a place or a thing, and we're going to have to expand upon it for at least a couple different games. Because in lieu of doing the traditional couch interview type show, it's going to be more like sketch comedy than it's going to be I guess, what was it? Richard Lewis did the HBO show. I think it was Larry Sanders' show. Oopsie. And it's going to be kind of Larry Sanders show-ish, where the idea is that I'm putting on a show, but the show is all the other stuff that happens. It's not late night show stuff. Eric Andre inspired energy. Not scaring away all the fish energy. Whose line is it anyway, right? That's the kind of thing I want to do intentionally. Like, the gimmick of Mr. Show with Bob and David. At some point, you let me know when you want to watch Mr. Show with Bob and David, and I will put it on Discord, even if it's just you and me checking it out, because it is my favorite, maybe TV show of all time. It's definitely my favorite sketch comedy show. It's just so well written. It's so well written. And one of the things that makes Bob Odenkirk and David Cross especially good at this is that their instincts for comedy are really sound. And they have improv abilities, but they make sure that it's kind of like hitting a home run derby in baseball. Like, when you're swinging to make contact with the ball and you're just trying to keep a ball in play, it's one thing. But in a home run derby, you only really care if it goes over the fence. And so when they're taking whacks at these premises, trying to improvise an idea or how things get to where they get to, more often than not, they just, they start out taking a swing, then they get put in front of a live studio audience, and they're able to create the environment that they want in front of actual people. And they can extract the best examples of how to engage with those premises. So, the opening to Mr. Show with Bob and David has David Cross and Bob Odenkirk standing in front of a live studio audience talking like in Chappelle's Show or Key and Peele, but it's a small scale, like, bar restaurant kind of location. It's not as fancy as Chappelle's Show or Key and Peele or any of those sketch shows are. Instead, it's meant to feel almost like a restaurant cafe, like a smaller. And when they run off stage in however their monologue gets fucked up this week, then it goes and it bleeds immediately into the first sketch. And then from that first sketch, they might lead into a second sketch, or it might be a pre-recorded kind of fake television ad. It's meant so that where one sketch ends, an idea from it is taken and it walks into the next one. And they come back in front of the audience after the show is over to put a close on the show. And every show ends with them talking to the audience and kind of resolving the opening bit in front of them. And I think that's how I would want to organize a late night show idea, where it starts in front of the camera, it cuts to segment, comes back in front of the camera for maybe something that's a live improv game, back to a segment, and then it closes on an alteration of the opening of the episode. And like parts 1, 3, and 5 are done in front of people, and parts 2 and 4 are pre-recorded. So on Friday, when I'm set up, if people come down there, they can do the opening part of the show, where it's going to be a lot of introductory to improv stuff. It's going to be learning the games. It's going to be figuring out how to make a sketch work. And then, hopefully, we'll be able to record the idea. Or, if it's something that has to be done in front of a live audience, we can have it fleshed out and practiced, so that the only stuff that's making it onto the show is it's not too far out of the realm of control, where we're being blindsided by things that are disruptive to the idea. Like, sometimes you ever be hanging out with someone and they make a joke that is innocent in spirit, but phrased entirely wrong because they're finding a different part of the humor funny than you. And maybe it's like, oh, this isn't a parody on what I find funny. This is possibly offensive, like in its energy. Like, I wouldn't want to be discovering stuff that I feel is going to be taken as negative energy stuff, because I'm also kind of best way to put it, I want comedy to have boundaries where they need to exist, and I want the freedom to do things that are interesting. Well, one thing that I sometimes lose in doing my comedy is that I have the benefit of everyone there knowing my energy. So if I do a set about how I hate Seal, the musician, because he stole my Mountain Dew commercial, if I do a set like that, it's kind of easy to understand the humor and the ribbing in it, you know. But when I did my song "Jesus is a Communist," and people didn't understand my sense of humor, I made people upset and mad. But it's a banging song. It's one of the best songs I've written. And just the people who I knew understood my energy. But when I say things like Earl the Pearl was Black Jesus because he was a Knicks player and I'm a Knicks fan, so of course I know who Earl the Pearl Monroe is. But when I say, like, they paint Jesus as white, and like, it's just all these things about how they demonize certain aspects of things that, when we analyze them for content, were Christ-like in energy. Like, Jesus was a communist and John Lennon would fucking hate you. Like, that's just a funny line. I don't like this place. I'm gonna go Elo? Yeah, Elo is where we got. Okay, so I gotta go there if I want to leave Elo. I just saw another tool. Oh, you know what it was? Dark water there. I notice after editing so many of my comedy sets, I noticed how many uhs and ums and stutters and things like that happen. And at some point, I wound up including them intentionally in my set, but knowing where to use them selectively. I feel like you can do a lot of work with an or an if the delivery is correct. I have this psalm about RoboCop I wrote, and in the RoboCop psalm, I explain how the RoboCop 3 villains are Japanese, and of course they have swords. Like, why wouldn't they have swords? But it's at the point where the psalm is the most frantic, because in the beginning it sounds like a church psalm that you'd hear, and then in the middle, exactly, right? So I'm just gonna pull it up. As much as I like this fishing game, I'm just gonna pull it up because I have it and I like it and I don't mind checking it out, even if I know who's.
I'm gonna need 3 people who want to.
Oh, these are in different. These are in a different order.
Luckily, I have 2 things I'm working on. Only 2. Everything else is going right.
Thank you.
No, it could have been anyone.
Yeah. Not the shortest fucking.
Ooh, that's a pretty guitar.
Yeah, thank you. It's made out of guitar.
It's made out of guitar.
This is my favorite guitar. I don't bring it out often. Oh my gosh, I still have stuff in my pockets. I can't play with stuff in my pockets.
You're fine.
Here we go.
Oh, you know what? I still have this sweatshirt on. You know how I feel about playing with a sweatshirt on.
man.
You don't like it. You're not a fan.
I'm trying to reach out to my parents more because I tricked them too bad the first time I did stand-up comedy. I told them I was doing a set about how Home Alone's a better movie if you replace Macaulay Culkin's character with an actual cat. And then when they showed up, it was all about how trauma of my childhood made me like this.
I love you.
So I've been trying to write a set that's more contoured to them. And so my mom, she likes 80s action movies, and my dad, he loves church. So I wrote a psalm about RoboCop.
Oh my god. Wait a minute, I need a lozenge.
I can't play guitar in these kind of pajama pants, not electric guitar.
I know, but you're still wearing them.
No, I'm not. These are silver.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, RoboCop!
I mean, obviously I can't play in a white shirt. I gotta look cool. I gotta match.
Well, the shirt has to match the pants.
I'm so ready for this.
Has anyone ever... Hold on. Look, this isn't about me. This is about RoboCop, okay? I wish you'd listen to more about our Lord RoboCop. See, my problem with my parents is that I think I can win them over if I can trick them this time. But I'm gonna need your help because I'm recording it and everything. And so,
You're recording the part about you tricking them, right? They're gonna hear that too?
no, I can edit still. I got thumbs, I'm working on that. Here's how a psalm works. I'm gonna say something, and it has a line that triggers the end. And your refrain is, that's fucking RoboCop. That's all you gotta do. I'm also gonna signal you, because sometimes I'll hold out, and that's fucking RoboCop. You know, I'll give you the point and everything. Okay, so all rise.
All right.
That shit is definitely RoboCop. That's fucking RoboCop. So the first RoboCop movie was about Peter Weller as Alex Murphy, an officer who gets his hand shot off by Red Foreman, and as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop. Then Lieutenant Murphy gets put into a robot body while still having the same partner, Lois, but he cannot see his family again. And as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop. So Murphy has no choice but to shoot everyone in a satirical comedy about fascism, the police state, and the perils of large robots getting stuck in stairwells. And as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop. But the makers of the first movie wanted to appeal more to kids, since the family theme of the first one was about losing your family, so they put a kid in it, and then they have him become a drug lord who's shot to death by the main villain and found by Murphy, because, as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop. Well, technically it's RoboCop 2, where Robo has no choice but to bring down a psychotic drug-fueled robot who's turned into a weapon by a corporation that manufactures a weapon for the police, once again capturing some of the satire of the first film, but not doing it efficiently. And not really more appealing to kids unless kids like being shot. And as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop 2. However, in RoboCop 3, they wanted to reach out to more families, so there's a kid in it as the main protagonist who helps RoboCop after Lois gets shot by the police. And because they want to appeal more to families, that kid's family's also dead. So now RoboCop has to raise her, but good news, the bad guy's computers. And she's good at computers. So she programs the Japanese samurai robots to attack each other in a movie I'm pretty sure is racist, and RoboCop technically doesn't win the final battle. He just lays down while they chop each other's heads off with sword because Japanese, but he flies away in a jetpack because, as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop 3. Help, save, comfort, and... oh no, wrong song. And as we all know, that's fucking RoboCop. That shit is definitely RoboCop. That's fucking RoboCop.
Approaching the stage is Will Wagner, which means we don't know what will happen.
Right. So the right before Japanese is such an important Oh, it's one of my favorite things is how to engage with the group. I did pro wrestling. If you wanted to, I could put on the pro wrestling I did back in like 2009. But the energy of the engagement is important to whether or not it's successful. So when a bad guy gets in the ring and it feels like he's trying to talk good... Oh, you did? Okay. And the bad guy tries to talk bad, like talk down to an audience in the effort to make himself appear bigger. It's not in a way that engages the audience, but when a bad guy talks to the audience like he wants to insult that person, like his malice is personal, then a single personal investment from a member of the audience does so much work with the surrounding audience, especially in an independent wrestling setting. So rather than try to generally say something that gets everyone mad, where they read it as you trying to get their boos, you create an engagement that organically generates the boos. So I go there, right? And I'm walking down the aisle, and I look like I'm 11 because I'm like 23 at that point. And I have this green and black singlet, and this kid is at the entrance. And I walk out, and I got my sunglasses on, and the kid looks at me. He goes, "You look like you're 7." And or he goes, actually more like, "You look like you're 7." And I turn and I look at him. And I go, "You look like you're 7." And he goes, "I am 7." And I go, "I'm 7." And he goes, "No, you're not." And I go, "No, you're not." And the kid just gets so mad and he doesn't know what to say. And he goes, "Your butt looks like G.I. Joe's." And I'm like, I can't respond to that. But I made that kid so mad, that now not only does he boo me, but his family that he came with, who sees the interaction and enjoys it, they boo me now too. And now there's a whole family of people booing me. And when there's enough of a visceral energy, especially from a few interactions, it means I don't have to be what would be considered to be an I insult the crowd kind of bad guy on the mic. Like when I got on the mic, me and my partner, Busta Uppa, we did like a rap battle. And it was really bad and we couldn't keep rhythm. And the funny thing was, like, my only gimmick at the time was I had these CDs. And so it made me look like I had no idea what I was doing with music, but I was so smug about it. And then I couldn't rap on beat. I couldn't rhyme anything. And it's just like, that gets me engagement with the audience that doesn't cost anyone anything, except it costs me believability. Very much like that. I came out in a basketball jersey and I had a visor that was sideways, like Jamie Kennedy kinda. But my basketball jersey was a Dallas Mavericks Steve Nash jersey. I can pull up a picture of it. I gotta admit, of all my pictures, it's aged. Yep. Oh my god. I took promo pictures with the belts. I didn't get a haircut and I wore my mustard pajama pants. Cause they look like fucking mustard. I just didn't give a shit. And like me and Busta, we just didn't give a shit. I just saw this picture for the first time since we took it, I think, or one of the first times since we took it. Give you an idea of who we were as bad guys. We're trying not to laugh all the time. He's got a clock on. That I think that's the Tasmanian Devil bandana he's got on. I got the Karate Kid headband. Like, that's just how we conducted ourselves. It was so much fun. I'm looking for the oh, I had abs in one of these pictures. Holy shit. I was jacked. At that point, I was getting haircuts again. It was a good time. I did a dating show thing with Jimmy Hart. I forgot about that. That was fun. I didn't go on a date with Jimmy Hart. He was just the host. Yeah. This didn't age well. For Busta more than me, I'll be honest. Because he did have long hair at one point, and it could have been in dreads at one point, but not at this point. I had my Steve Nash jersey. My buddy Estrada was eating a burger. But like, the idea was just that if we're engaging with the audience and they get to boo us because we do bad things, and they laugh at us because they don't like, because you can't knowingly play the fool in a lot of circumstances. I think that's where some of the people lose in their attempts to be both humorous and serious. In order to knowingly play the fool, you have to be prepared to play the fool. I think a lot of people want to play the fool, and then once they are, they're like, okay, it's your turn to play the fool. Like, no, that's not how the joke works. Like, when you're telling a story about us being scared of a guy who's gonna eat us, and then he bites my fingers, there's no me make him look foolish in a way that isn't match ending. Like, the kind of way I make him look foolish is in cheating, and it's in making sure that the cheating counts. Like, time in front of people are like calories, and if you're using empty calories on like, I'm gonna choke them on the ropes, or I'm gonna do stuff like that, that's less purposeful time. So when I choke people or do a negative thing, break their eyes, my first move is to engage with a member of the audience as I'm doing it. Just because doing the bad thing is one thing. Forcing a response out of a member of the audience, if you can't do it for the entire building, then concentrate on doing it for one person. And they're not going to see me choke people on the ropes necessarily. So use that time where I'm in control and there's nothing happening to explain that I talk to people in the ring. Because if they see me talking about the match later, it could just be, oh, he talks all the time. He talked to the audience, he talked to the ref, he complained to everybody. That's what he does. And it just, I found that it gives you a little bit more of a bubble to call a match in, and it gives you a little bit more of a bubble with the audience to get more individual instances of connection with the audience while you're getting heat. It's one of the rare benefits of being a bad guy in wrestling, because when you're a good guy, you don't connect with individual people beyond your entrance often. When you're on the top rope, you do a general cheer to the crowd. And when you call people out, you're calling out individuals in the match. You're not engaging with individual audience members, you're engaging with the audience as a whole. Managers, even good guy managers, they don't get into individual engagements with people in the audience. But decent managers, or managers who are good at hiding it, can engage with individuals at ringside without taking the focus away from the match and keeping the energy toward the ring. Like bad heel managers, he's one of the best for sure. But I think about how sometimes managers, bad guy managers, they will fall into some tropes of like taking the sign and ripping it up, or the way in which they engage with the audience. You insult a local sports team. You say this area of the country stinks. You know, like it's lazy engagement. Empty calories. What Paul Bearer did is Paul Bearer took all the time that people spend trying to make themselves seem scary, and was just like, I'm gonna tell a ghost story about the guy standing behind me, and all he had to do was stand there and say 3 lines. See, now, you know what I'm tempted to do? I'm tempted to put on that late night show thing that I did. I don't know if I exported it yet. I don't know if I did. It'll come up, because we do a battle of the belts, but it's belts, it's actual belts, and it's in a tiny plastic wrestling ring. How goes it, Itchy? I hope good. Now I gotta see if I have it.
So I'm gonna need 3 people who want to play. Yo,
It's me.
okay, I need people to be up front. 1, 2, 3. So I feel like Law and Order's gotten a bad rap recently. I'm gonna talk about Law and Order that everyone loves, the Big Boss Man. Who doesn't love the Big Boss Man? Anyone? See? No hands. No hands. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you about the Big Boss Man from his wiki. Only sometimes I'm gonna lie. And that's how points are determined. I'm gonna give you a fact about the Big Boss Man. And we're gonna go contestants 1, 2, 3, and whoever gets the most points gets to pick which ice cream they get. Whoever gets the least points has to eat it in front of me. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
They both seem like winning.
So question 1. The Big Boss Man's real name is Ray Washington Trailer Jr. Yes or no?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, that's not going to be a point. That is his name. Contestant 2. The Big Boss Man had a sidekick who was half his side called the Little Boss Man. True or false?
No, he was the tiny boss man.
The no is correct. He didn't exist. That was a lie. That's how I lie. Okay? I want to give a baseline of what lying looks like. Some of you might never have seen it. Now, we're going to start out with his journey into the WWF. I can say it. They were in a wildlife foundation at the time. They were wrestlers. Now, was the Big Boss Man a former corrections officer from Cobb County, Georgia? Contestant 3.
Yes.
That's a point, okay? 1-0-1 after round 1. So exciting.
Are we keeping scores?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
That's why I made 3 contestants, not a number I couldn't remember. Round 2. Was the Big Boss Man's first theme, did you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia? Did that Hold on. Contestant 1.
You sang it with enough enthusiasm that I'm gonna go with that it's true.
Tough break. It's not. His first theme was a job full, bro. A job full, bro, with my feet going up in the air. You were close. I can understand mixing them up. Contestant number 2, round 2. Was his manager a pimp named the Doctor of Style Slick?
Absolutely true.
Okay, well, that's why you're not a contestant. I'm not going to say whether he's right or wrong.
I'm gonna have to go with true.
That is correct. Tying the game up. Okay, now, contestant number 3. Was his partner a former biker turned Akeem African Dream, formerly known as the One Man Gang? That's true. That is true. That is true.
Seems very
So, round 3. Contestant number 1. Were they known as the Twin Towers as a tag team?
That would be so tasteless, so I'm really hoping it's true.
Yeah.
It was 1987. They didn't have taste then. So that is a point. That is correct. Okay? So, was the Big Boss Man's rival a former inmate named Nails who he might have abused in prison? And he was the good guy.
So random, but I'm gonna say false.
No, it was. It was Nails, and he talked like this. Boss Man, I'm coming for you, Boss Man. And they used a voice modulator, so it was way better than that. But he claimed assault from Vince McMahon, so he was a pioneer in other ways. Round 3, question 3. Was the Big Boss Man's signature move in ring known as the Boss Man Slam? Ding. That's correct. So we're looking at a 2-2-1, 2-1-2. Oh, wait. My apologies.
Thank you, Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why Ryan's scorekeeper, not me. I said it at the beginning. Everyone heard me.
2. Thank you,
So,
Ryan.
round 4. Was the Big Boss Man's other signature move in ring when his buttons would come undone during a match and he'd expose his belly button?
That sounds like the kind of homoerotic early 90s, late 80s wrestling stuff that they would do, so I'm gonna say yes.
It was, but it was unintentional. He just didn't have buttons that functioned. It wasn't part of the gimmick. It was an inadvertent consequence of being a great athlete.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, the first. Now, it's gonna get more Boss Man, I promise.
More boss.
Okay?
More boss man.
So, Big Boss Man, did he feud with the Canadian Mountie?
Oh, I love Canada.
He did. He did. Okay, that's a point.
Okay.
So, the final. Did the feud end when the Big Boss Man left him in prison to be attacked by an inmate? No, it did. That was the end of their feud. That's how they were like, the bad guy's gonna get what's coming to him. Assaulted. So, wrestling was different in the early 90s. Well, not different. It was the same, but it was in front of us. Okay, so we're gonna move on from that. Now, when the Big Boss Man came back, did he fight The Undertaker at WrestleMania? And get hung from a cage?
Wait, I almost think I remember seeing this as a toddler. I'm pretty sure he did.
That is correct. He got hung in front of everybody at WrestleMania. They're like, we gotta save the hanging for our big event. WrestleMania in the 90s. Catch the feeling. Now, follow-ups. Did he feud in a cage in the future versus a guy in what he called a kennel from hell match, where dogs surround him?
They're all true. False.
It's true. Your instincts were correct. Now, contestant 3.
You're just telling a story.
Did he eat that man's dog?
I want to say no, but I feel like it's yes.
It is, yes. He did eat it. And then, oh, no, I'm sorry. That's incorrect. I'm sorry. No, he fed it to him. He fed his own dog to him. I had it backwards. I'm sorry. You don't get a point.
You're your mind wrong.
I was thinking it wrong. That makes
You're
sense.
an asshole.
I'm sorry.
Partly psychic.
Well, I think you're in the lead, so you're really psychic.
They're all tied.
Everyone's tied because I'm a great game show host. Yeah, well, speaking of sexual, was Big Boss Man known as the hardcore champion more than 6 times?
That almost sounds too tame. I'm gonna go with no.
He wasn't a 6-time hardcore champion. He was only a 4-time hardcore champion. Great pickup.
Great pickup.
That's the point. That's going to put you in the lead.
Well done, indeed.
Okay.
For
In the game.
hardcore.
So now,
Who gave this guy one?
okay. Hold on. Did I run out of questions about the Big Boss Man?
Yes, you did.
Okay, that's a good guess. That's going to be another point. Okay, now, did I ever sell the Big Boss Man ice cream?
Yes.
I didn't. Okay,
Like 0.
we're down to 2.
That's terrible. You're such a sweet boy. You should have.
I know, he should have bought it from me, but he died like a quitter. About ice cream, not about life. Not about life. He should have cared about the ice cream. Final questions. Contestant 1. I'm going to name gimmicks of the Big Boss Man, and you tell me whether or not, yes or no, speed round until we have a winner. Was he known as Big Bubba?
Bubba was originally one of his names?
That's correct. Was he known as the Boss?
Yes.
Was he known as the Guardian Angel?
I don't think so.
He was known as Guardian Angel. We have a winner. Contestant 2, excellent. Knowledge of the Big Boss Man. As is tradition on all Big Boss Man game shows, you will be played out with his second WWF theme. Ooh, did you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia? Cobb County, Georgia. You'll be eating ice cream. You'll be eating ice cream. Because the ice cream man is doing game shows, you better watch out. You'll be eating ice cream. Okay, the 3 flavors are cookies and cream and bourbon. I like that one. It's got dairy in it. The mango ice, and the third is Patrice's Punch. It's a strawberry fruit punch ice. So I figure you're a winner. You're gonna get an ice either way. So you get to pick your favorite. Which one are you going with? Oh, that was the wrong one. You lose. No. That's just, I'm just overstimulated from all the game show stuff. I'm sorry. You do get that one. And tomorrow I'll be hosting trivia at Napper Tandy's in Northport. Look into camera. Oh. I'm learning promos one step at a time. And on that note, I gotta grab ice cream out of the fridge. I almost lost you there.
That was Will Wagner and his fucking game show.
Will is gonna do, but I really didn't expect a game show.
That was amazing.
We'll see you next time.
That was good.
Up next to our mic, we're gonna have
Thank
another
you.
favorite.
This is
doing
a
what
good
they do
one,
best,
too.
Which is anything that they fucking feel like. The wonderful, the magical, Will Wagner.
I don't want a mic.
You don't want a mic?
There's no. I've been inspired by Kenny. I'm confident that I'm
You're
loud
confident.
enough that you can hear me, and
Well,
if
I figured
not,
you'd take 20
you should have been
minutes to
closer. That's
take his
on
jacket
you.
off.
Closer, and that's on you. Just give it.
I have a version of this that has the captions and everything done on it, but it's not included here. So I'm just gonna put that one on because it's a better version of it. I like the captions. I just probably didn't convert it in Handbrake yet. I could do that now. But I'll do that after. I mean, it's not as exciting as the fishing game. And the music does leave something to be desired. But, overall, very happy with it. This is the one.
I don't want any jokes about holidays.
We are gonna have another favorite doing what they do best, which is anything that they f***ing feel like. The
no
wonderful,
problem.
the magical, Will Wagner!
I don't want a mic.
You don't want a mic?
I've been inspired by Kenny. I'm confident that I'm
You're
loud
confident.
enough that you can hear me. And
Well,
if
I figured
not,
you'd take 20
you should have been
minutes to
closer. That's
take his
on you.
jacket
Yeah.
Anyway, it's more intimate when I do my promo for Mountain Dew. Normally you ask, well, why are you...
I appreciate you hanging out, and I hope you have a great time. I'm not sure how long you're going to be dipping out for, but if I see you a little bit, I'll catch you on the flippy floppy. Always a pleasure seeing you.
I'm not sneaking it in. This is my Mountain Dew bag. I remember with this rhyme, my Mountain Dew bag is blue, my ice cream bag is dark blue.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
Of course.
Silly me.
But I know you're saying, well, Will, what about your comedy set? I got some scannable QR codes. You can pretend like you were there. Or you can get there when they happen at Great South Bay. These are stickers. And this is another QR code with my set. Oh, I think we all remember this one. This is more QR codes. This one's for my Twitch. And then this one is for a link tree in case you don't like clicking and you like me. No pressure. No pressure. I'm gonna tell you how my year's gone. It's gone spiders. I started out the year, I moved into a house and the basement hadn't been used in like 20 years, and I went down there and there were so many spiders. They had to hang a dehumidifier from the ceiling because rather than waterproof the walls, they decided, well, this will just be the room that has all the spiders.
Nightmare.
Well, it's not a nightmare until they get in your hair. Then it is a nightmare. And I thought a lot about it because I was waterproof in the basement. I sprayed the basement, accidentally got drunk on chemicals. Not the good drunk, just hungover.
Just being poisoned.
Yeah, poison, that's the word. And took a day off. Then went back there, dry locked the basement. It smelled like, I don't know, a bowling alley. It's the best it's smelled in a while. That's nice. But today we were at Electric, and I was going to bring a pedal board. You've seen it. Grass has one. And I was going to play music that I care about, but I didn't do that. You can tell. Oh, I was going to give you 20 facts about seal. Or seals, sorry. I mixed them up. Right? Because as you can tell by the way I'm dressed, my set was going to be about how much NBA basketball I've been watching, and I see the same Mountain Dew commercial constantly.
Oh, yeah.
And it's terrible. It makes me
awful.
sad in the insides. And then I just was like, man, he's going to do irreparable damage to seals. It's okay, you don't care about them. And I'm sure you'd want to hear that set. Luckily, I'm going to be doing it tomorrow night at the Great South Bay open mic. That's how you do promos, right there.
You're not recording.
I'm not?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm staring at a phone that's not
Yeah, that's me. Classic me. Well, luckily Rory's right here. Okay, I only work with one hard cam. So this is my plan. First off, gotta charge up. Gotta get my dew in me. So this is just going to be promos to Mountain Dew, just to show them my skills. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll look at the camera, I'll open it, I'll drink it, and I'll say Mountain Dew, lemon lime freshness. Okay. Anyone want to say action so I don't mess this up?
Action!
I wasn't ready. You did the clap too. Mountain Dew, lime. Okay.
Take two.
No, I'll get it. I don't have to open the can again. I already did that. Cut. Sorry, I forgot to say that. I'm not in the biz.
Cut.
There we go. Okay, let me try this again. State of mind, I've just opened a can of Mountain Dew.
Action.
Mountain Dew, lemon limey. I can't say limey. They'll think I'm being racist. No, I can't do that. Okay, I'll do it again. Mountain Dew, beverage for your mouth. No, that's not the slogan. Mountain Dew, sodium phosphate. No. I can't remember any of their slogans. Just do it? No, that's Nike. Mountain Dew, mouth. No. That was close. I forgot that I was drinking and not breathing. Okay. Mountain Dew, it's a soda. No. Oh my God, they're never gonna hire me. I decided, I was like, what's more important to me, being good at marketing or spiders in my hair? And the answer is not having spiders in my hair. It's the answer to all of life's questions. Only because after the spiders, the ants came. Now the ants are somewhat more terrifying to me, just because the spiders, I feel like they let you know who they are. The ants, they're just there and all your stuff is gone. Like a repo man. Not the repo man, not the good one.
Won't the spiders take care of the ants?
Maybe they will if they have Mountain Dew. I don't even think they want to give that to pets anymore. Okay, ready? Mountain Perp. I almost got it. Mountain Dew, we already have it. I don't have to drink this anymore. No, that's not the line. Okay, well, I gotta warm up with a few stretches, and I gotta use my warm-up dews. Mountain Blue, it's blue. Okay, that one's good. Mountain Dew High Voltage. I installed electrical wire today. That one's gonna be good just for my own personal collection. Mountain Blue, they weren't expecting 3. Now I got my warm-up dew. Just, okay. I feel like it was empty. Don't want to swing too hard. Mountain Dew, it's in my can, it's in my mouth. Oh, I shouldn't have been provided the thumb. They'll never take me with the thumb. Oh. 3 cans of Mountain Blue and a red one. It's for your soda collection. Nope, that's not a good one. That's not it. I wouldn't buy it, and I love the product. Not you, Mountain Blue. Just the red and the green.
Aw.
Mountain Green. Now I know what it is. I can't take it out of the bag again. Red Bull, what are you doing here?
I think I see wings sprouting.
It was Mountain Dew. Look at this big red No, that's not gonna go over with them.
Chug.
No. This is my stunt Dew.
It's your stew.
If anything's gonna go through a window or a car door, we gotta use the stunt Dew. The cans, they get out of control, they spill everywhere. Mountain... What? This is Pepsi. It's also a Mountain Dew company, but it's not as good as Mountain Dew. Not Mountain Dew. I only drink Mountain Dew. Right, Dew? Okay, 6 more cans of Dew, and we forget about the extra can of Wild Cherry Pepsi I brought. We don't talk about that, and I will give you this 6 blue cans. Okay, I'll keep this blue one, and you take the other 6 Mountain Dew, and then you hire me instead of Seal to do parody music. Especially if it's of Seal. How's he gonna parodize himself? It's already a joke.
Well, I want to see some cans mouth action.
Oh.
Red Bull down, Red Bull down.
Red Bull down.
It's spelled.
Mountain Dew down! That a drink?
Two cans.
Mountain Dew.
That's gonna hurt you later.
It hurts me already. Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa. That was Red Bull's fault. I mean, I've been trying to sell Dew, and Red Bull just gets in the way, like they do. So, if you heard this and went, he's probably got a lot of facts about seals. I do. 20. I even have a song. Would love to get that tonight, but, you know, I have to do the work. I'm working on my marketing. I'm pretty good at it. LS told me I need to be more narcissistic, so I'm also doing the opposite of what society says, because I know better. No more seatbelts. They said, you can't do a backflip on a trampoline. I said, yeah, I can. And I did. And I have hurt since. It's been one knee crying and the other knee saying, I'm good enough to pitch the do. I'm like, no, I gotta get good strength. I don't want to support this can and fall over. It'll ruin me if I do. You're wondering, what does Mountain Dew Code Red taste like with Wild Cherry Pepsi? And the answer is it tastes like absolutely nothing and a cherry aftertaste bubbles. Yep, they cancel each other out. That's something science won't tell you. But if you're a narcissist, you figured that out. Because I'm working on myself. Being better. Not like good better. Better like condescending? Fuck yeah. Like when I say I have the best words ever, that's what's coming out of me. Okay? Everything I say is a catchphrase. Even that phrase sounds like a catchphrase. That's jarring. I should be a catchphrase guy, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, it's almost empty. Now, I would normally spike this like I do in the basement full of ants, but I'll be honest. Now that they're all dead, it's not as much fun. They'd go for it. I'd accidentally put some insect killer down. We'd figure out who's gonna drink it first. Oh, don't poison yourself. I didn't do it that way. I'd spray into the air. Kind of like cutting down a tree branch you're standing under. If you saw someone else doing it, you'd be like, oh, that can't be the solution. That's the problem. And I said, no, no, no. They told me ants were up. So I have to spray up. Oh, it's been pretty much just a lot of spots since. Oh, really start to miss the spiders in your hair. So now you're hallucinating. And they're there anyway. Or maybe it's all this Mountain Dew that I drink because I love it. And if you'd like to hear me do the best version of Kiss from a Rose, tomorrow I'll be doing Kiss from a Mountain Dew Code Rosé. It's really good. It's the thing that's gonna make Mountain Dew fall in love with me. Seal used it on Heidi Klum. Batman used it on Nicole Kidman. It's foolproof. And if you didn't like that, and you won't, on Wednesday I'm gonna be playing music, and you'll wish I was doing Mountain Dew promos. So that's something to look forward to. If you're out there, you could follow me on Twitch. Will Wagner Music. And I love Mountain Dew. Oh, this is just to Twitch people. If you subscribe to me, I'll let you know that that was really Red Bull. It was. I just stunt dude. Yeah. I laid out the red one so you'd focus on it, and then I pulled a green one in front of it. Because I know Hollywood. Mountain Dew, the dew you crave, is in a different can. And on that, I think we'll give out stickers.
Stickers!
If you're wondering, I don't know what this set is about. And this one, well, this one was from March. So, that was the end of my set.
I know.
Oh, who's gonna clean up all this mess? I don't want to do jokes about politics, the relationship, or the pandemic. I want to do stuff that my comedy heroes did. I want to talk about general truth that we can all see, but nobody tends to acknowledge, right? That's what comedy is. So I said,
Yeah. I didn't take good care of him, but I did adopt him. The other files are outputting right now. Should be done. Yeah, I think it just finished.
made you jokes about.
Night, which is now when Will Wagner is gonna perform. Because that was his request, and he's a diva. What can I say?
The diva.
He runs this bitch. We don't.
Will Wagner's the diva.
So Will Wagner is gonna set up some hashtag just Will Wagner things, which is gonna make a lot more or a lot less sense. And
To get comfortable at an angle.
I don't know. We love Will. He is a driving force in our booking event. I just book shit so that I can hang out with Will. I'm gonna be real honest.
Oh, what a day.
How do you not? Look at him. So with that, let's let him get in and settled, and then he can run his mouth for the next, he gets, what is it, 30 whole minutes?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whose idea that was. I think it might have been mine. So hang tight while he gets settled in, and let's give it up for Will Wagner.
That table to be higher?
No, that table's perfect at that height.
Oh, okay.
I don't ask Will questions. I just...
Camera, don't...
William, are you
Well,
kidding?
I'm gonna record the whole fucking thing. What Barbara Ann Bronca wants, she gets, and she has requested a biography about Will Wagner.
Oh, you're for a treat.
Should we play Mad Libs? Do we just want to throw things out there? What is? Will Wagner is a musician, a stand-up comedian. He thinks he's 7 feet tall, but he's actually 20 feet tall. He takes up a tremendous amount of space in our place in our hearts. He's an incredibly hilarious, innovative, talented individual. He's got a degree in music. He's definitely got a degree in weird. He is my favorite human here, and that's not a secret, and we all just love him. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow!
All right.
Shit! The claws are coming out!
I said all right. And he's just a really, really talented, wonderful individual. We do, I guess, have some people here who are not familiar with Will, so it is fair to do a proper introduction. I apologize. We get a little lazy around these parts with our regulars. But yeah, so Will is great. Oh my God, there's like a table setting. Yeah, we don't really ever know what Will is going to get up to, but it's always fun. It's always a surprise. And you're usually going to cry laughing at some point or another. So I hope y'all really enjoy this evening. We're so excited. I don't know, are we ready yet? What are we doing? Yeah, we're good? All right, let's give it up for the one, the only, Will Wagner!
I'll use that one. But I want to make sure this one works too. So, I always wanted to host a late night television show because there's space for me. I'm not named Jimmy, so I got everything they need. And I decided that I was going to use my 30 minutes as a promo, not just for Mountain Dew, which is always in my promo, but I'm going to show you what a late night talk show with me would be like. They asked, like, why you want to do it late? I'm like, I'm going to do a late night talk show. Like, I wouldn't want to do it any other time than late. And also, I can take as much time as I want. And I feel like a lot of times I rush and we don't get to connect. So tonight you're going to meet me, the sound, me, the voice, me, the words, me, the experience, me, the incense. And I'm gonna come back out, but you gotta really make it feel like a late night audience, or I'm gonna look ridiculous on Twitch. Is that recording?
It's
I hope
got your
so.
head cut off.
You are recording, but your head is cut off.
You gotta.
Well, he's gonna sit down. He's gonna sit
Are you
by
gonna
the
sit
table.
down? Yeah, you're good for the table.
Wait,
Yeah.
does it go through this way?
Yeah.
Here, you want to hold this for us?
Thank you. So do you
All
need
the way up.
another introduction?
No, that's perfect, that's perfect.
Okay.
You did everything right.
Spicy to me.
So, you know,
We didn't even rehearse that. I didn't know that's what the plan was.
Okay. And anyway, I need this microphone because this is when you do the monologue. I don't know if you've ever seen stand-up, but they do stand-up on late night.
Oh, then we should move.
We should move the thing.
No. I'll be sitting eventually.
Well, you're headless now.
That's okay.
Don't worry, I know a guy who's smaller.
I'll record his
Okay,
head.
here we go. So,
you charge for that.
golly.
I'm gonna record your head.
Okay, well now I'm just gonna stand up now.
What do we need?
This microphone stand keeps on dropping on me.
What do we need?
We need that to stop.
It's trying to fall asleep on me. No, it's bedtime with Will Wagner. That's the name of the show, but the microphone stand cannot fall asleep. Okay, so my teleprompter's on the fridge, so I need my tablet for the music, so that's why I have this paper. Tonight is my late night talk show, and since I'm filming for Britain in America, that's why there's so much light. So this is where the host usually talks about the news. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Seems easy enough. The host usually says things like, have you heard about this? 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 Why is this working? Okay. They talk about stuff in the news. Have you heard about this? 4 dead in the campfire. Okay. Oh no, I forgot. Have you heard about this? 4 dead in the campfire. Okay. You might be wondering why I brought a live studio audience. Has anyone here ever been in a live studio audience?
Yes.
Okay, once, maybe twice. That's why I brought them. They're pros. Okay, so see? Thank you, I feel funnier already. I grabbed a bunch and I threw them onto the soundboard and I decided I'm only going to use each audio clip once. Oh! But that's why I got multiple versions of the same kind of reactions I wanted. So, you might have realized that I don't have my guitar tonight. Oh. Don't worry, I got this tablet I'm using for my audio, so we'll still be able to music it up. Woo! See, that would be Eugene on bass, but the Knicks game is at 8 tonight. And I'm better at numbing my feelings. It's not going to seem authentic unless everyone does it. Okay, and I'm good at numbing my feelings, but I'm reading this off a page because I had to dedicate my tablet to playing audio. Now that everyone knows how to react, let's get back to the news. Okay. What do you want to talk about? Clapping? What about smooth jazz? Monologue's easy as fuck. Oh, I cursed. Not funny, audience. This is my chance to pitch a half hour to Big Do. Calm it down, band. You're gonna steal my thunder. No, not you, Big Do. I got dressed up all nice and professional-like. I got a...
How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
I do have a Ninja Turtles handkerchief, and they love pizza. How'd you know, audio board? Wait, no. I gotta do my promo. Stop it. So I got this at the Never Ending Story bookstore in Babylon. It's $8, but you can get it for $8.
Oh, yeah?
I know, I can't believe they let me in the bookstore either, but security was low yesterday. I think the last time I wore a handkerchief was a formal event like prom or something. Slow build, okay. Okay, you gotta stop. I mean, I wanted to tell you about story about prom anyway. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
That's the best. That's the best we've sounded as a team. Oh my god, I feel like I'm in a soccer stadium of love. Okay, that's a little too much of a build. It's got to go naturally. I'm scaring people. Okay, that seems like too much. That's creepy. I gotta sound more like a live studio audience.
Recorded in front of a live studio audience.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to sell my prom story to Big Do, not Big Band. Oh, wait, no. Big Do. Yeah. A lot of laughs this set for me. But there's no time for laughs. This is my story. I've only got 30 minutes, and I can't keep this pace up. Shut the fuck up. I already have to edit this monologue for cursing. Do you know how many clown horns I'm going to have to put in this? Luckily, that kid thing makes sense because this is a prom story. Uh-oh. I forgot where it was at. This one? Yeah, that's right. But you want to know what it is? It's a horror story. So that's better. Yeah, so there we were, after prom in the Poconos. Understandable. Anyways, this group of friends invite me and my best friend after prom in the Poconos. One friend has a problem with me and decided not to go to the house with their date. Luckily, they both sucked. Thank you. So anyways, out of loyalty to that girl, another friend never showed up either after prom. So the group was down from like 16 to 34. Now we're talking. So we're there drinking during a thunderstorm. My date gets mad with me, and another girl's date gets mad with her. They go off to play badminton or whatever people do in bedrooms. So the 8 of us sitting in a circle playing a drinking game, and the storm starts to get really heavy, like we might lose power. They say, "This sounds like a horror movie." Me and my friend clued them into what would happen if it was a horror movie, and who'd get axed next. It would clearly be me and my friend who did it, but we figured we'd probably get away with it because we planned it out really well. Then we told them the plan. We got home, looked in the paper, and sure enough, 4 dead in a campfire. Some people are just better at planning. Okay, we got a great show planned for you. Nicholas John is here, Chaka is here, and I have this tablet full of nonsense, so let's go ahead and read an ad.
I can use this. You're the queen of longs, though, you know. I know, that's the vibe. Where's your necklace? Where's your fire necklace?
Need it. Don't have it tonight.
You have the fire in you. I'm in the stomach,
It's fine. Take your time. That's what it's for.
This is my pinata. It's pinata.
They like me. I have tiny blood cells, so I go down easy for them.
You're delicious.
I have too much sugar in my blood, and my blood is thin. It's like
We'll worry about that later.
soda blood.
Let's crack this, dude. Okay. So, sponsor number 1. 30-second ad read. Gotta get my right advertising music in the background. Buckner dropped the ball. Buckner dropped the ball. The city lost its faith in baseball until the Mets made them believe again. Relive the wonder of the 1986 New York Mets this Wednesday at 8 p.m. on the Food Network. Starring Cookies and Cream as Dwight Gooden, Strawberry Twist as Daryl Strawberry, and Manny Machado as a guy whose name already sounds like an ice cream flavor. The almost award-winning, almost documentary, the 1986 New York Mets if they were made of ice cream. 8 p.m. Wednesday on the Food Network, unless they're too cowardly to show my movie. Okay. Art show.
These are scannable QR codes. I'm going to tell you the classic story of Horse and Pinata. You've never heard Horse and Pinata?
No.
You're in for a treat. You can scan this, and it'll take you to the pictures that'll make sense.
Sense?
You can. I gotta set the mood with a little background music again. Because you know how they do the thing where they're at a desk and then pictures over the shoulder? That's what I'm doing. So just pretend the pictures you're seeing are above my shoulder. Hallucinate if you need to. Okay. Real fake photos that I made up to tell you a real fake story. Picture 1. Horse hits pinata with golf club. 2. Pinata sues horse. 3. Horse becomes therapist. 4. Pinata remakes Scarface. 5. Horse goes to see it. It's okay, but everyone else hates pinata. 6. Horse is being harassed for details about the case. 7. Pinata calls Horse to remind about the non-disclosure agreement, NDA. 8. Pinata gets into another altercation with a different horse. 9. Horse sees on the news, shakes head. 10. Pinata makes vague threat to all horses. 11. Horse was wearing a wire. 12. The police, School of Fish, try to arrest Pinata. 13. Pinata found an alley, candy spilled. 14. Pinatas and horses form super gangs. Crime goes through the roof. 15. Horse runs for governor, beating out a bag full of lettuce by a slim margin. 16. Horse impeached for letting it all hang out in public because horses don't wear pants. 17. Horse begins to get dating show offers, but just seeks stable relationship. 18. Also, horse is a cannibal. 19. What, now you don't love horse all of a sudden? We all have flaws. 20. The end. I can't believe you've never heard that. I gotta do my next sponsor. We'll be back after a word from our commercial sponsor. Pinata and horse. Ding dong dong. Okay, that was good. Okay, now, guest interview 1. We barely get to hang out, and I invited him onto this show to help me have a conversation. I'd like to introduce you to him, but you already met him, so I'd like to reintroduce you to him. You know him as Nicholas John Nicholas. What we're all going to do, we're going to stand and clap for him like a real professional audience, okay? Ready? And I'd like to give it up one more time for Nicholas John Nicholas! Can someone get a chair?
Chair?
Yeah. You want a chair? Sean's got a chair.
Right enough for the horse. What's the table? What's the table?
I'll move this over. We'll need a second chair too, in all likelihood. Oh, this is the good part of the song. Everyone, keep it clapping. Yeah, keep it stand and clap till the song's over. Oh, it sounds like the intro to a Sega CD game you're not gonna play. Oh, I love it. I can't get enough of it. I'd use this.
Uproarious applause!
Oh, you know what? Who wants to see him reach into the pinata?
Reach into the pinata!
Okay.
Oh, not that one, no!
Oh, it's a Mountain Dew! Oh, what a lucky guy! That's my Mountain Dew, though, so you're gonna have to get back. You can have it at the interview as well. Okay. When the music stops, everyone sit down. Am I good?
I'm so grateful for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm forever grateful.
appreciate all of it, even though it stopped again for some reason. I don't know.
Glorious applause!
It's not for me. Thank you guys.
Doesn't feel authentic. The song's not over. You're not gonna take it seriously.
Uproarious applause!
Oh.
I'm gonna sit now. It's okay. I just had a dream of doing this. Yeah. If you could just, we gotta set up that mic. I could start the song over, I guess, but you can grab it. I believe in you. This is bedtime. I tried to do as little as possible for other people. No, that wasn't it. I tried to make them do as little as possible as they needed to. Because I'm difficult, you know? Sometimes I have guitars that I don't play, so I didn't want to trick them. It was just microphones that we will use.
Not so difficult to me.
Oh, that's because you're the best. We barely get to hang out while I'm performing. How goes?
Pretty good. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. Do people think this is a real late night show?
Yeah, I think they're all having a lot of
Well,
fun.
I'd love to chat, but we should probably get to the next guest.
What?
Up next, I'd like to introduce Jacob! Woo! There we go. See, now this seems like an audience that really wants to be here. They don't have to like make me put in more shakers to make it sound like people are rattling. Okay. See, the song ends at a normal point. You just gotta wait for it. So, now the folks who don't know, I saw Chaka play last night. It was wonderful. It was synth.
Thank you, Will.
What have you been up to lately?
Well, I'm really excited to tell you because I think you'll really appreciate this. I just got tickets to the WWMW Battle of the Belts.
Oh, man. I'd love to see Battle of the Belts.
Battle of the Belts, Battle of the Belts.
We can put a cajon here so people can sit, if that's okay, with the cajoner.
And we're live at Battle of the Belts, the classic battle to see who will be belt number 1.
I don't know how to put your umbrella on.
Coming down the aisle, weighing 15 ounces, B. Brian Belt. From Montreal to Memphis, parlez-vous français? Tell all the girls the belts are on their way. Don't call them pretty boys, they're not a muscle belt. They hate that long hair belt, they like the heavy belt instead. They're all American belts. All American belts. All American belts. All American belts.
Okay, well that's I'm excited. I've always been a big fan of B. Brian Belts and his tag team, the Killer Bees. The B is for belt.
I don't know. I think Brian Belt is a ham and egger because he won't fit on your stomach after you eat too many hams and egg sandwiches.
He's just a high flyer. He's just a high flyer. It's just not your kind of style of wrestler. You're an old school wrestler, and you're gonna like the next one coming down the aisle, the Belt Break Kid, Belt Michaels.
They think I'm cute. They know I'm sexy. I got the looks that drive the girls wild. I got the moves that really build them. I said cheers up and down this line. I'm just a sexy belt. Sexy belt. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. Because I'm a fancy belt. Fancy belt. I'm not your toy belt. Toy belt.
Oh my God.
Well, they're gonna have to fight Chaka.
I think this one's gonna. The Belt Break Kid is an master at the waist lock.
Oh, he's got him! He's got him! He's got him on the ropes! And B. Brian Belt has been eliminated from the Battle of the Belts! We need
need to wait for the Belt Break Kid's next competitor.
Oh, he's almost falling over the top. Coming down the aisle next. From Cobb County, Georgia, the Big Belt Man. Brrr. Did you ever take a belt down to Cobb County, Georgia? Cobb County, Georgia, you'll be wearing pants, wearing hard belts. You'll be wearing hard belts. Cause the Big Belt Man is on your pants and you better watch out. You'll be serving hard belts.
You know, the Big Belt Man may claim to be a law enforcer, but I've seen him cheat a time or two. I think the Belt Break Kids better watch out. Oh, and there he goes. The Belt Break Kid has been eliminated by the Big Belt Man. And what belt is coming down the aisle next?
Oh, you know him. We were able to catch up with Dusty Belt a little bit before he head to the ring. And Dusty, what do you think your chances are in Battle of the Belts? I believe I'm gonna waste them, baby.
Oh, Dusty.
He's an American Bell. He's just a common bell, working hard and made of felt. He isn't black or white. Hell, he isn't brown or tan. He's the American male. Oh, he's hitting his classic punch combo.
He's a flip-flop and fly kind of belt. The Big Belt Man's out of here. Who's up next?
Up next? Uh-oh, it's his son, Belty Rhodes.
Family Feud.
Oh, but he doesn't get music because we don't have the rights.
I will just let you know that the Battle of the Belts has more than one royal family.
Of course. Up next, we have Belt Cena. The time is up, my pants are high. You can't see me, my pants are high. I got a fake belt and I'm shining now. You can't see me, my pants are high. And as is tradition, Belt Cena is invisible. So we can't be sure what happens.
I think we're about ready for our next competitor in the Battle of the Belts.
Uh-oh. It's Belt, the Belt Man Belt.
Here comes a belt, a really good belt. Here comes a belt, a really good belt.
Here comes
a belt.
He's Canadian.
The excellence of beltsecution has done it again.
The belt there is, the belt there was, and the belt there ever will be for a reason. Uh-oh. It's getting dark. That must be one thing. It's got to be the underbuckler.
Bong. Bong.
We were lucky enough to catch up with the underbuckler before match. All these other belts will rest in pants. Uh-oh. He tombstoned him.
Rest in pants.
Up next, we have the Macho Belt, Pansy Savage, with a pre-match interview.
I've been taking my time. My face may be a leather, but I'm ready for any kind of weather, baby.
Off the top rope, the double belt handle.
Macho Belt's got to be one of the favorites to win this year.
Ooh, pants. Up next, we have Jerry, the belt buckler.
Jerry.
Oh no! Jerry, the belt buckler has jumped. That's Mr. Beltfick. Known for being the perfect belt, but he never seems to win.
What a perfect belt, though.
Wouldn't be Belt the Beltman belt. Yeah, up next, we have Belt Henry. I'm sorry, no, it's the Belt Show, or AKA the Big Belt. Well,
it's the Big Belt.
It's a big bad belt all night long.
Oh, and he goes over the top rope because he's a big belt.
That is the biggest belt I have seen in a regulation Battle of the Belts ring.
And up next, a jobber who doesn't have music, belt in a bag. Oh, the big belt. The big belt wasn't going to be eliminated by him.
The big belt is on track to have the most eliminations ever in Battle of the Belts this year.
Belt scene has left the building, and these are suspenders. Now they've been suspended from Beltomania due to not being a belt, but we'll see if the big belt can handle them.
This is awesome.
A well-deserved. This is awesome chance from the Battle of the Belts universe.
And in comes, you guessed it, the new belt order. They're guitar straps and bag straps. They're trying to take over the industry, but the belts won't let them. That's how we get butts in seats, baby.
New belt order.
And the champ is entering. The championship belt is now entering.
That is unfair. Look how much bigger that belt is than all the other belts.
I haven't said much, but size matters, Bob.
Yeah. And the belt was on commentary the whole time. And if there is no other belt, I think we have a winner of this year's Battle of the Belts.
Wait a minute. I have word there is one more belt in this competition.
One more belt.
One more belt. One more belt. Ah! And it hung on. It was able to hang on the ring. We have a new championship belt.
Championship belt!
Chris Belt Chris Belt This is awesome. This is
Bells. Put them on, you don't Battle of the Belts is the battle of the belts. You've seen them all battle. We'll see you next year for the Battle of the Belts.
Oh, it feels like I was there, Chaka.
Yeah, that must be nice.
It was. I wish you were with me, but that only exists in my brain.
Oh, well, I'd love to stay and talk to you more, but I do have to get to my next ad read, and I'm going to be running out of time. Okay, let me see if I get this.
Promotional consideration paid for by the following.
No. Sorry, I'm also the audio boy. Belts, belts. It's all belts all day. Regular belts, championship belts, transmission belts, brown belts, black belts, blue belts, black belts, brown belts, belt, belt, PO box, belt. Okay. Would you like to stick around for my top 10 list?
Sure. Hit us with it, Will.
Okay.
No.
Okay, good answer. Strong move. Strong move.
Well played. Well played.
Okay, so I rank my top 10 non-comedy Home Alone movies. I'll give you an example. Like, my favorite comedy Home Alone movie is Home Alone. Kid defends home from burglars, rarely gets to enjoy his food. My second favorite is Home Alone 2. Not home, not alone, but whatever. It's a pretty good movie. Now, for my non-comedy Home Alone, my 10th favorite non-comedy Home Alone movie is Skyfall. It's Home Alone and James Bond for a little bit, and that's why it's my 10th. Not enough Home Alone for me. Have you seen Skyfall, Chaka?
No, I have not.
Okay, good answer.
I probably have not seen any of these.
That's a good answer. You're probably a happier person if I was going to take a guess, because I know the 9th favorite is The Equalizer. That's my 9th favorite Home Alone movie. It's Denzel protects girl from dangerous situation. It's got Denzel, but it's not enough Home Alone. Number 8, my 8th favorite non-comedy Home Alone movie, Don't Breathe. Blind man defends house against teenagers. Hate teenagers. 7th favorite non-comedy Home Alone movie, Inside. Pregnant woman defends her home from intruders and also will make you not sleep. 6, Panic Room. Home Alone plus a bank vault. It's a heist movie too.
5 funny games. Home Alone if the bad guys could manipulate time and space. 4, better watch out. Home Alone if everyone agrees that kids are terrible. 3, the people under the stairs if the Home Aloners were incestuous cannibals. 2, obviously Saw. Dying Man thinks it's funny if he hosts a game show about pain. And then 1, Three Ninjas. Now you might be wondering, is it Three Ninjas a comedy? No, it's a drama. Grandpa has to fight a karate battle at the end of the movie, and I don't think he's in any state to do that. And that's why it's a drama to me. It's also got a basketball scene that really tugs at my heartstrings. So Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum defend their house against 3 bumbling fools, plus karate. That's got some Home Alone in it. I gotta give it props. Now I'm sure I'm running late on time. I already started to make it rain. So we're going to have to do my closing theme. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out. I'd like to thank Shakedown, the production babe, Chevy, Bobcat Goldway, Tom Green, Ernest P. Worrell, a.k.a. Jim Varney, my mom, Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, the number 5. Mountain Dew, I'll like you for the right price. Next week, we're not going to have Shakedown here. I'll just be in the area trying to do the show again without the production budget or support. You can see if I'm lying or not. And if I am, well, then you should have known better. You know what? I don't want to thank Chevy anymore. I'll take that one back. But I couldn't have done this without everyone here. I have ice cream for everyone, and I had it last because I love people who stay for other people, and I like to reward people who stay late for me with bribery. So that ice cream, think of it less as a friendly gesture and more as a down payment on future claps. Thank you very much, and I will try to be shorter on time next time.
I got like pretty much all of it.
Well, that was exactly 30 minutes.
Wow!
Wow.
You did it. That's a miracle.
That is a miracle.
All right, I'm gonna start putting
He's ready for prime time, baby.
I don't know who our next feature is.
I did not watch that yet. That was the first time I saw it. That was interesting. Some parts, because like, when I'm going through and I'm doing the edits, a lot of the times I'm just getting between camera angles. I'm not listening to anything. I'm not doing any of the review of it. I'm just picking a camera angle, and I got up to about 23 minutes, and then the camera started to be a little weird. That's why that started to go wonky there. But I like it. I like the process of editing that together. I have more clips to edit in there, so I'm excited to see how it comes out. But I'm also excited to play in the Miami tournament and potentially win. My mic wasn't on that whole time. Oopsie. Apologies to anyone expecting fishing and getting my stand-up plus act. Back to the fish. I gotta put a sensory warning on this because it's a flashy game. I would feel fucking terrible. Because I didn't realize how much this game flashes. Maybe like a sensory warning. I'm not sure how to illustrate this. Forgot to open up my streamer bot stuff. you